Good morning, it's Tuesday, January 14th, 8:30 a.m. and we're here for our prosecuting attorney's office update.
Okay, a couple things. First, I guess we wanted to talk about Megan Diamond and her letters. As far as the substance of them, for the youth services, I think under the ILA statute, we're fine. We can contract with somebody to take care of that, and we do. We have a place for the youth to go. I think we're within compliance with the statute. As far as hey Kirk, as far as the judicial statute, honestly, I just glanced at that. I haven't had time to see if the courts are really doing it, but quite frankly, that's the court's issue, not the commissioners. If you would like, I can forward that email to the court, because that's who she's complaining about. But beyond that, I don't know that there's a whole lot you guys can or should do about it. And I'm not saying the court's not in compliance with that. I really have no idea.
I guess we can forward it to them.
Yeah, that's
at least so they're aware.
Yeah, that's about all.
Yeah, and if the Supreme Court really wants a communication from the Superior Court, they're typically pretty good at communicating that they want that communication.
Yeah, yeah, we'll send them a nice little letter saying, hey, you missed this. So, would you like us to forward that to the court, to the judges?
Yeah, I think just so they're aware of it.
Okay.
If they want to respond, they can. If not,
That's fine.
just so they're aware of it.
I guess the bigger question is, how do you want to respond to Miss Diamond?
So I guess we can tell them that we do have a contract.
So one of our concerns is engaging
Okay.
Ms. Diamond. So one option would be to actually just not reply back to her letters. And I mean, we do have a legal basis for how we have things structured. So we think we're fine that way. The risk I think we run with engaging might be along the lines of engaging with
Mr. Lugier or Mr. Hunt or something like that,
So there's a concern with engaging.
That's up to you guys.
But if you would like us to engage, then our recommendation would be just to provide the ILA statute.
I'm good not engaging.
Okay.
I usually do it, I feel crazy, just gets worse. Not.
Okay. Fine with that.
Okay.
Sounds like good. Were there any other questions on those letters? Okay. Just to give you an update on our 365 saga. They have given it, we finally got them to give us a training, and they're going to give us another training next week. However, we are getting absolutely no response from them. We paid for an interface between 365 and our system, PBK, and they're giving us radio silence on that. It's not working, and they won't answer us. They won't engage with us on that.
And it sounds like we are getting a response from our database, our PBK, so it's.
Yeah, PBK side is being responsive
is engaging, but 365 is not engaging on trying to get the interface going.
and they haven't really told it. So we're going back with them, but they haven't really told us why or what the holdup is.
Is that something our TS could help you with, or?
No, these are both outside vendors that use web-based programs. So it would be, they have to figure out how to talk to, those two programs have to figure out how to talk to each other. RTS simply wouldn't be in the middle of that. They would have neither the skills nor the knowledge to.
Well, they probably don't have access to it then.
Or access, yeah. So we're gonna keep pushing on them to try and get them to respond to us. I think that's, so both good news and bad news on that particular area.
I will say, and I haven't talked to Kevin about this, so, sorry, Kevin. The training that was offered, for me, it came across as we were low priority. So the person who was going to be training us initially scheduled a certain time to train, and then he backed out of that and said, I can't do it because I'm going to be traveling. And so he pushed it back, and he was even late to that. So it felt like we were very low priority, and it's pretty frustrating.
But you rely on that for your court cases.
Yes, and if it doesn't work, it's potential to start losing cases because we won't have the information flowing that needs to flow. So we can give it to the defense.
We would have to start dismissing cases.
And I will say the training, it's very clear that they don't have an idea of what her needs are.
Yeah.
So they're trying to resolve that, but seem to be very behind the 8 ball on this.
Do they have another training schedule for you guys?
I haven't got it scheduled, but he's emailed me and we're working on that. So he emailed me late yesterday. So we'll finish that up.
Who is implementing it? Who runs the program? It used to be Dean at one time, but he's long
Garrett.
gone. Derek?
Yeah, Garrett
Garrett.
at Mac.
And has Garrett been responsive?
No,
Oh,
that's
well,
been a
that is
large part of the
something
problem.
that is something.
Yeah.
that board members
More
should-
hostile.
Yeah.
He's been more
Yeah,
hostile.
I've worked on this already.
Okay.
I mean, it's just a he said, she said in my position, right? Because they're saying they tried to include you guys and then the person that was included left.
And we
Which I don't know
came
if
back.
that is, I don't know
I will
the
be happy to
details.
send you all the.
Yeah, you did,
Yeah.
and I have it,
Uh-huh.
and then,
So,
but I don't know.
They're using that as an excuse.
when
Yeah,
they
I
say-
believe that, and Joey and I talked about it, and some of the other people in there. They didn't think that the courts would be as impacted by it as they were, is basically what was discussed.
that is a failure on their part because they did not engage appropriately.
Yeah, which I can get them here at this table, I mean, that's no problem. But as far as me knowing everything, I don't know everything.
No,
I
but
understand that,
So
but-
let me clarify one thing. When they said, basically that it's our fault for not, participating, we have a database that's working. We have a database that we've spent a lot of money on to get to work appropriately. And it is working, for our needs. They wanted us to purchase this, buy-in there, like this prosecutor element that would have replaced the database that we have worked to get up and going for the last 5 years.
5 or
Is
6
it one
years.
guard's
Sorry?
purchase? Guard purchase?
Yeah, it's the one Garrett's purchased, yeah. And so Garrett was fairly upset about that, from my understanding, that we didn't switch over from PBK to 365, because I guess 365 does have a prosecutor module.
But it would, when our people looked at it, it would not have met our needs, what we needed out of the database. So the solution was to create this interface. And so we have engaged, in fact, we've spent money on the engagement. And MAC has been very hostile after we decided not to utilize the 365 database. So it's pretty frustrating to hear them throwing our office under the bus.
Still saying that we didn't try to engage, which just isn't true.
It's very much not true.
But I think-
So last week we had a meeting. Why didn't you just come to that meeting?
Wasn't aware of the meeting.
We weren't, yeah.
I would have.
Because like, even if you didn't feel invited, there's public comment
Yeah.
portion.
Sure.
No, I will be there in February. I just didn't realize that was when the meeting was.
Well, maybe we need to have Garrett and his team go over to Grant County.
Well, bring DT in.
Who's DT?
DT is who came and met with us that manages it.
Okay.
So, I mean, we can do all of that, I just don't see like a simple solution, like it's not just gonna be, I don't know, that whole meeting was all about implementation, the prosecutor's office.
So I guess why weren't we invited if,
I think everyone thought you guys were gonna be there. I mean, it's an open meeting.
Yeah, I just,
but
I mean,
how, I guess.
this
how
is
do
the-
we-
If you're
you know-
having an issue with Mac, you're saying, how would you know?
How would we
I would
know?
assume that you would have looked or asked, I mean.
well, I mean, this is, I'm supposed
I assume that you would
to,
have been there.
it's my responsibility to check MAC meeting minutes to find out that they're going live on this. I mean, that's just
No,
ridiculous.
the meeting minute thing, I agree with you. They should
So,
have had
so
that
again,
worked out.
I mean,
how, if they're not communicating to us, how
Are you
do we know?
communicating with them?
yes,
So
That's
we've
the
been
whole
trying,
process.
so the
Should've
point is,
known the
we've been
time.
trying to, right?
Okay,
But we have, and again, we can probably go back and look at our emails, but we've been trying to. And as far as we're aware, we never received an invite.
and
Is it possible that somebody from your office could go to the?
I will go to the board meeting. I just didn't realize it was that Thursday. I was busy doing something else.
Well, and that's a month away,
Yeah,
3 weeks away, so maybe
Yeah, we
we
can
can
do a
faster
meeting.
to have a meeting. Because when they did it, they were rolling out their new, is it 365?
Yeah.
Where they have their automated answering, and I don't recall anything about the prosecutor's office, what that would impact, and I think it was more of this is what we're doing.
the automated, those are different things.
Okay, so,
AI rolled out like last spring, and
Mhm.
it was
Yeah, AI
terrible, and it's improved.
AI is different than the database that they're,
okay,
that we're
but
running.
that's the only update I recall, unless I wasn't here, which is highly possible on their last update, but. So it sounds like maybe we need a meeting with JT and Garrett,
DT.
GT.
Was it possible from somebody from your office that is involved in that to go to their office?
Sure, they've been there.
Sit down with them and say, hey, this is what we need. Maybe a couple
So,
of us need to go with you. I don't know.
and maybe that's a possibility. It's been my understanding that we have attempted that route, and again, the reception has not been good.
So would you like all three commissioners, or would you just like the commissioner?
No, probably, I mean, I don't wanna,
Just one, yeah.
Okay. So Rob, would you be willing to set up a meeting with?
Yeah, I have no issue setting up a meeting.
I'm thinking that way we'll eliminate the he said, she said, you're all in the same room. And then hopefully we can get something done.
okay. We will be there.
So do you
Probably,
want?
yeah, Rob, just let me know when, and we'll make it happen.
I'll email them, see when, we'll probably have to go there.
Okay, that's fine.
But you live in Moses Lake, so.
Yeah, that's not
A
bad.
morning meeting would be, probably be the easiest if they can do a morning meeting.
That's fine. Okay. Do you guys have any issues for us?
Other than the ones we previously stated.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I don't have anything else.
I'll just send this email.
Okay.
Alright, I'll let you know today.
Okay, sounds good, thank you.
All right, so we will go into recess until 9 a.m. and we are with Tom Gaines for real estate acquisition and anticipated executive session.
Okay.
All right, you're live, just so you guys know, anything on the record will be recorded and shared to YouTube. Good morning, it is 9 a.m. and we are here with Tom Gaines and the City of Ephrata for a real estate acquisition meeting. Are we going to go directly into executive session?
We will go directly into executive session.
How long would you like?
How long are we scheduled?
1 hour, so 55 minutes.
Yeah.
We'll do
Unless,
the whole time, we can go 30 minutes and we can't come out early,
yeah.
so we can extend.
What if the meeting ends?
You
Well,
can
we just
sit here.
You can
Oh.
set it for 30 and then extend it if you want.
Okay, all right, set it for 30.
All right, so we will go into executive session beginning at 9 a.m., returning at 9:30 for real estate acquisition, RCW 42.30.1101B.
Commissioners, it is 9:30.
We will be extending executive session for 15 more minutes, coming out at 9:45. Thank you.
Commissioners, it is 9:45.
Getting out of it completely.
We are now out of executive session. Do we have any reason to extend at all?
Nope.
Have any further business? All right. Any comments? Anyone? No? Then we will go into recess until 10 a.m. and we are back for DA Davidson Grant County Limited Tax General Obligation Bond discussion. Good morning, it is 10 a.m. and we are here with Jim Nelson to go over Grant County Limited Tax General Obligation Bonds for Jail and more discussion. Tom, I did promote Mark Seeberger.
Okay.
So everyone should go unmute if they have anything to discuss.
Morning, Jim.
Commissioners, nice to see you all.
Do you want me to run up? Well, I don't have Daryl's phone number handy. Okay.
Should we wait a minute for Daryl or not?
We're calling him right now, Jim.
Okay. And Kevin, you're the new commissioner.
Yes, sir.
Welcome. Yeah, I'm Jim Nelson with DA Davidson Bond Underwriter. We've worked with the district for, I think, over 20 years and been working on a number of the recent bond issues for the district. The most recent one was 2022 that funded 88 million for the jail. And so this discussion will be talking about funding additional monies for the jail as well as the morgue.
Barbara, Caitlin, do you have a minute? Can you run over, Daryl's not answering his phone, and remind Daryl if he has a meeting? You can jump on, please.
Yes, one moment.
Thank you.
Daryl's up there just waiting for somebody to grab him, so fashionably be late. Do you like it on that one or that one?
I like it over there, but that's just me.
You like this over there or the speaker over there?
It doesn't make any difference to me, because I can look over there if there's something it doesn't make any difference to me at all. Might be a little harder for.
And if you want, I can start. And I've been in a lot of discussions with Daryl, and he's poured over these numbers with me. But he wanted me.
Let's go ahead and start.
Should I get started?
Yeah, let's go ahead and start, because if Daryl will reach out to you if he feels that he missed something.
Okay. We'll start out with the bad news. So we'll turn to page 1. So you can see, it was a great time in 2020 in the industry. We all got spoiled, and 20-year money was right around 2%. And it kind of lulled everybody into thinking that that's where rates would be. Well, in 2022, the Federal Reserve started to hike the short-term Federal Reserve monies and the federal funds rate. And so that was to bring down inflation, and they were successful in that regard, but it really did push up interest rates. We thought that rates would be coming down, and then they went back up, and then it happened again. And so it's just a tough time right now to predict where rates are going. And it's the same thing with mortgage rates. But you can see where that red arrow is. That's where, 20-year money is today. And hopefully when you issue these bonds later in the year, we'll see a drop in the rates. With municipal bonds, it's standard. The first 10 years are not callable, not prepayable. And then once you come up to the 10th year or any time thereafter, then if you chose to, you could either refinance the bonds or prepay them, and there's no prepayment penalty. But again, they're not prepayable or callable in the first 10 years. So I say that's the bad news. That's just where the market is right now. And this is assuming your current rating of AA-, which is really a great accomplishment for the county. With the REC tax appeal that did hold back your rating, so to speak. Any questions so far?
Well, I do have a question. So regarding the credit rating, Have you done many more bonds? I know that the last time we did this, a lot of public entities that were going out and doing ratings presentations were having their rating affirmed and not changed. Is that still the trend?
Yes, I'm just, hold on 1 second here. Yeah, so as an example, I was just at the Moses Lake City Council meeting a few weeks ago. Interesting to note that their limited tax general obligation bond rating is an A+, so 1 grade below the county. Their revenue bonds are AA-. Again, there are similar circumstances with the REC tax appeals. So to answer your question, Tom, yeah, what's changed in the last year is there's much more of a focus now on what we call timely financial audits. We've actually seen some ratings that have been withdrawn due to late financial audits. So your 2023 financial audit was recently completed. So that's what we call a credit positive. But for other municipalities that don't currently have a 2023 financial audit completed, they're at risk of possibly, being downgraded or losing their rating. And after this meeting, I'll forward a copy of a newsletter article I co-authored with the state auditor's office. I'll send that to Barbara and she can send it around to all the commissioners. But that's an interesting read because it just really talks about now encouraging municipalities to be more proactive with the state auditor's office. And the expectation from the rating agencies is that for larger municipalities, a financial audit is completed annually. Others, it might be every 2 years, but the good old days, like for fire districts to have a financial audit completed every 3 years, that doesn't work anymore. So they have to have a financial audit completed at least every 2 years. So that's one thing. The other one is they just came out with a new rating criteria a few weeks ago, talking about, that they're not big fans of cash basis accounting. I believe your county is on accrual basis, so you should be fine. But yeah, there have been some things that have changed recently. Again, in 2022, your rating was a AA-. So we'll work with you and see what other, what other suggestions we have to possibly, see if we can help you get an upgrade. So one of the factors would be to update your financial management policy, to have the commissioners participate in the rating presentation again, which was very beneficial. And then also to include Brant Mayo of the your local economic development council, to have him on the call too, which he did a great job just in explaining, doing an overview of the Grant County economy.
And we are a cash basis county.
Oh, you are? Okay. Yeah, the way you can offset that is just to demonstrate a long-term capital improvement plan, equipment replacement plan.
Yeah, which we do.
If we turn to the next page, you can see the rating there. And again, AA-. So, which is a very good rating. You're just 3 grades below the highest rating of AAA. There's some factors that are out of your control when you look at per capita income, unemployment rates, assessed valuation. But then there's other factors that are in your control when you look at capital improvement planning, equipment replacement planning, updating a financial management policy. The higher your rating, the lower the interest cost. A lot of times they'll get the question is, okay, what's the net borrowing cost difference between, say, a AA and a AA-? It depends on market conditions, but what we've seen here in recent history is that the differential between each rating grade might be, say, 0.05%. So 5 basis points, which means that, if we're quoting, say, a 480 with a AA- for 36-year financing, Now you go up to a double A, it might be a 4.75. And then you can see the key factors, looking at your economy, debt, the last 5 years of your financials, management factors, dealing with how you budget, your audits, your financial practices. If we turn to page 3, then we start to really get into the heart of the numbers. Sorry on the detail. Maybe Barbara could zoom in a little more. But what Daryl wanted me to show you is this page 3 option shows interest only payments there in the middle, the blue font, the first 3 years. And then when you go to the right, you can see how it all cash flows. There's really no red. Where you do see the deficit of 86,698, that assumes that you're starting to make a deposit into that equipment replacement fund of 100,000. So if you just chose to postpone that, then you'd have positive cash flow. So that works out really well. I think if Daryl was in the meeting, he would also say, there are some other revenues available, but just from the standpoint of looking at this criminal justice sales tax, how it's been growing, what the projected growth rate is, and then covering the first bond issued in 2022, that again was financed over 35 years. This second issue to be issued, this year would be a construction fund deposit of 50 million. And just looking to see if I had a typo there. Oh, I do have one typo. Sorry, I put an extra 0 on the 50 million. And that would be over 35 and a half years. And the idea that by spreading the payments out, it's a lower average annual payment. And then it just cash flows better. So this is one option. You can see at the bottom there, again, in that middle schedule, showing an average payment 2028 to 2060.
So I can see. Jim, you didn't send this to us, did you? Because I can't find it.
Oh, I sent it to Barbara last night.
Did Barb send it to us?
I can forward it now. But Jim, I do have a question on this for you. Before I find this in my email. In this bond, so this is, I'll call this, the amortization schedule, for lack of a better term on this, but this is completely separate from the first bond that we did, correct?
Just a minute. Barb, do you mind forwarding that email to us and we will be able to...
Oh, sorry, I just forwarded it to you. Also, we went to the treasurer's office to look for Daryl and nobody had seen him in yet. So hopefully he'll be in soon.
Okay, thank you for sending this information, Caitlin. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and from the earlier email, he was dropping his car off, so he might have gotten delayed.
Okay,
So
Jim will be able to follow along a lot better now that we have the information. So.
Okay. Yeah.
So this bond, this schedule that you have up here for the 50 million interest only, 5 years. This is completely separate. This is 100% on this $50 million fund. Has nothing to do with the original bond that we completed, correct?
Right, but it does have to do with the cash flow from a budgeting standpoint when you look at that criminal justice sales tax cash flow in the the green column on the left.
Okay. The reason I asked that is, so in the original bond, Barb, if you can zoom in on the columns to the right of the yellow column. So, yep, the 5% from the revenue surplus to go towards the program maintenance, and then that equipment replacement fund that is specific to this bond, correct? Because we did this in the original bond, and I don't know why we would need that done in this bond. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but this is just year to year. So it's the same equipment replacement fund.
Okay, so okay, all right.
Yeah.
So we're not, so yeah, so that's the same. So this is still based on, well,
So the funds are not coming out of this portion, the 5% or the 10%?
well, so those funds, the less surplus for program maintenance, that was 5% of revenue surplus after we paid the debt service on the original bond. So since we have that covered, we wouldn't have to do that again in this bond. And that money could go towards principal or interest, however, instead of having to double that. Does that make sense? So to me, the way I see this, tell me if I'm wrong. We have two bonds, and now starting in year 5 of this, I'm going to get $100,000 for equipment replacement, but I'm also getting that from the other fund. So each year I'm getting $200,000 now for equipment replacement.
Well, I don't think so. So
okay.
The way it is, you focus in on that yellow column, surplus remaining for operating costs. So it's surplus after the 2 bond payments.
Okay.
Okay, so it is taken into account too.
Okay.
Thank
Perfect.
you.
We're looking at it, Daryl and I were looking at it more from the standpoint of what's the amount you could fund, and you could do, whatever you'd like, 50 million, 60 million, whatever. But just from the standpoint of what the criminal justice sales tax would solely support with the assumed growth rate over, say, a 36-year period, then this demonstrates how it does cash flow, because you can compare that estimated combined annual payment. So you see that, and then you see the surplus remaining. So you're basically taking that green column less the estimated combined payment, and that equals the surplus. And then from there you go, okay, if we go with the same assumptions of surplus for program maintenance, surplus for wage supplements, and the equipment replacement fund. So I mean, what you could always do too is depending on the amount is postpone some of those set asides, or like an equipment replacement fund. If I also sent the Excel file, but if you zeroed out that first $100,000 amount, then all of a sudden that deficit of 86,698 goes away. And so if Daryl was in the meeting, he'd say, well, there's other monies that are coming into the county that could offset some of those things. And so the next few pages, I'll end up showing you, here's what it looks like if you have interest only. So this one is interest only the first 3 years, then regular principal and interest level payments thereafter. Then there's another one, interest only the first 2 years, another one, interest only the first year, and then another one that shows level payments. So on the level payments where you're starting out with principal and interest that very first year, you're going to see a lot more red deficit.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I understood it clearly, and Kevin, for your info, as we looked at some of this revenue surplus up here, and as it built over time, we were looking at budgeting some of that at some point for wage supplementation for corrections and things like that. So I just need everybody to understand. Well, I want to understand how this change affects that revenue surplus and our ability to budget it how we see fit, and how it affects that, because it's quite a bit different than just the original bond. It affects it quite a bit. So
yeah, and Daryl and I, in going through these exercises, we looked at 20 years, 25, 30, 35 years, and then looked at how it cash flowed, how it compared with the first series, and then what, would give you kind of the most flexibility, what the difference is in the total principal and interest there at the bottom. And one of the things to clarify is there's what we call an original issue premium in the market. So in these scenarios, we're showing that you would receive a construction fund deposit of 50 million, but you would only issue, like on page 3, the total principal amount is 46,995,000. So you still get 50 million in the construction fund, but the difference being that it comes from investors that are willing to pay more than 100% of the purchase price of the bonds. It's what I jokingly refer to as the new math. Daryl, I see you arrived. Did you want to add anything?
So I apologize. My brother forgot to pick me up in Moses Lake, and so I had a delay waiting for him.
No, you're okay. We just want to make sure.
No, yeah, I just, this market is not what we were hoping for, but I'm not sure, even if we had the market we were hoping for, what would be the interest yield difference?
Oh, yeah. You want me to answer that, Daryl?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go back. Barb, if you can take us back to page 1. And this is just on 20-year money. This is a chart for general obligation bonds. But Daryl, you can see, we talked about this earlier. You can see where the market was when you price on August 18, 2022, the funding amount of 88 million. And so, that's it. So it looks like the rates have gone up approximately 340 to.
Well, it's about 70.
Yeah, they've gone up around 80 basis points or so.
Oh boy. This year isn't going the way, but then again, what's going to be needed for the market to actually get excited and interest rates to go down? It's almost where, it's just not happening for a long time this year, so that just when exactly do we need the money? That's where, what day, what month are we gonna run out of money?
Well, I'll have to forecast that out, and I do have Mark Seeberger on the phone with Lighted Construction, but we're averaging about 6 million a month in our payments right now. So,
Well, 6 million isn't that much drawdown. So right now, with the balance we have.
Right.
I expect that to be jumping up. If you have 8, you said if there's a possibility of a year, 14 months.
Mark Seeberg has raised his hand. Go ahead and chime in, Mark. You have to unmute yourself.
He is now.
We're not hearing you, Mark. Is it something that we as admin has to give him permission?
No, we promoted him as a panelist, but he must be having some technical.
614 is 64.
Well, we're between. I said 6 on average. It could be 6.6. It might. I've had a $7 million payment.
So we actually, okay, I guess the bigger question is, with the financial report that we just had turned in for the bond rating, how long can we hold that report to still get a bond rating? How many months do we get before we have to have the debt?
You're referring to the audit report?
Yes.
Yeah, they might, if you waited to year end, they might be expecting to see a 2024 financial audit.
So what approximately is our drop dead date where our 23 audit is still usable to get a rating?
Yeah, I'll check with the rating analyst. I suspect it's, around the summertime.
Because then, if that's the case, I'd sure like to wait till summer.
Yeah. Yeah, and potentially you could hopefully have a better interest rate market.
Unless there's a worst case scenario where interest rates could even get worse.
Yeah.
Well, no, I just, what is the feeling of the possibility of being worse than now versus the possibility of being better than now?
Yeah, no one really knows. I mean, some of the information that I've read is rates could be flat this year. Last year they're feeling that there would be more interest rate cuts. Now it's an unknown on the proposed tariffs by the Trump administration. So we'll just have to see if that happens or if it's more of a negotiating tactic.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we got you.
I had to switch mics. So, couple things I wanted to weigh in on. So, yeah, we've been averaging about $6 million a month. We've billed to date through December with sales tax about $42 million. And I'm expecting our burn rate will go up to probably 8 or 9 million for a few months because we'll have some pretty big mechanical and electrical equipment purchases coming through in the next few months. So that kind of gives you an idea of where we're at. It also doesn't include the soft cost side, which is going to be your architectural fees, fixtures, furnishing, and equipment, which that'll be at the end of the job. I don't imagine Tom will incur much cost on that yet. And then I've got sales tax in that number I just gave you of the 42 million that we billed to date.
Billed to date for just this year?
Yeah, through December we billed 42 million with tax.
Oh, for the whole year?
Yeah, for the whole year. Yeah,
So
through December. Yeah,
we got more than that. So if this summer is a time where the rating agencies want us to incur do the rating on the 23 and incur the debt, then, and if the negative aspect of waiting a little bit longer is not very high versus possibly the positive of being better, then I think we need to wait till May, June.
Okay, if we can do that, Mark, hold off.
Well, no, yeah, we're still got the money. We got the money right now to pay that.
Yeah,
It's just,
wanna make sure that we don't have
the
any
later the
surprise.
debt, the smaller the interest payments for this year and the possibility of getting a slightly better rate than what it is right now.
Well, the 8 to 9 million, so that'll kick up here shortly, another month or two, Mark.
Yeah, I think the way I'm running it out right now, I'm thinking we'll probably be pushing 85 million by the end of May.
Okay, 85 million.
Yeah, that's construction costs. So like I said, Tom has a soft cost side.
From the beginning, you know.
Yeah, but you're talking about from the beginning of the project, correct, Mark?
Correct. Yep. Total bill to date.
We do have some.
Well, if that 85 million, then we only had the interest earnings add to that balance. And then you passed that resolution of a possible loan, or we actually found out you didn't, that we need to do, interfund loan and get reimbursed.
Okay.
Then it looks like we should target the end of May, debt, or the debt.
For the bond proceeds.
Yes. Okay. All right, well, that's, all
We
right.
got like one more minute. Think we have a plan?
That sound right, Jim?
Yep. And then related to that, while Mark is talking, is, I guess, what's the recommended number to fund? Is it 50 million? Is it 60 million?
So Tom, the thing I could remind everybody, the total project cost with lighted construction costs and soft costs was 155 million. Now we're trending about 9 million under that number. So we're probably in the 146 range.
Well, then that means 60. we had the near,
Well, but we had talked about that, and then the conversation was, we had bond 50, but we would use 10 from somewhere else.
Yeah, that doesn't have the roundabout in it either.
Because we don't have that number yet.
Yeah, we don't have that number. We've got a design number on that, which I was trying to find, but we don't have construction costs because we're just starting to see some design coming in. So I haven't really been able to put any numbers to what the cost of it would be, but it's probably trending in the $4 million range.
and then you have a morgue,
Mm-hmm.
but morgue is now not 10, but something less.
I don't expect it to be $10 million. I don't, so, but I'm kind of stuck there on citing it. So
We're gonna be.
another conversation I want to have with the board. But you were talking, there was, so yeah.
Well, that sounds like we need 55 million.
58, plus the soft costs. Plus more.
Well, the 155 includes the soft costs. Our GMP was
Oh, the
132.
155 included the soft costs.
Yeah, our GMP for construction costs was
And
132
we're down
million.
9 million, so it's
Yeah.
about 146 minus 88. Okay, thank you. Joe's gonna have to calculate some numbers, I can tell by the look in his face.
Okay, if we're gonna use some of the balance of the money that's sitting in the sales tax already to pay for the project, it sure sounds like 55 million then,
We can,
and possibly a loan, yeah, and then we could do a loan, and with the additional revenues coming in, growing, that loan gets paid off. Jim, how do you like a number that's not what the numbers we told you?
No, that's fine. We're happy to run that out. We can, so it sounds like we should run out a new scenario with funding a construction fund deposit of 55 million. Is that correct?
145 plus, yeah. And then 55, and then plus that for the jail, and then we have an unknown number yet for
the morgue.
the morgue.
Maybe Tom's 6 million,
Yeah.
550 a square probably.
And of course, we're using different revenue sources for that, for the debt payments.
But some of that, I think we need to push the issue and just maybe think about building on our land at the port.
Yeah, me too.
So, and just telling the port to, oh, well, deal with it.
And Daryl, what's your recommendation when it comes to deferring principal and having interest-only payments the first few years?
Well, with the additional principal now, I don't think we have a choice.
Okay. Are you thinking interest only the first 3 years?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I can run through the other scenarios real quick if you want to, if the commissioners would like to see them.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Do we have to
now
do something about extending the meeting or?
No.
Okay.
we'll jump to page 4. So again, my compliments to Daryl on his analysis, and he has great attention to detail. So he really encouraged us to look at all these different scenarios. So this is interest-only payments the first 2 years, and then you can start to see those red deficits off to the right, and those are increasing. So in a sense, I call it less flexibility. Now we go to slide 5. And you see a little more red. Again, interest only in just the first year. Doesn't provide as much flexibility. So that's the nice thing about, thinking about a longer term, kind of like a 30-year mortgage. Spread those payments out. And then in the future, if revenues come in better than expected, then starting in the 10th year, you'd start at the bottom of the schedule and essentially convert that loan to a shorter period if you wanted. And once you hit that 10-year mark, you can do it as often as you want. And there's no cost to prepay or pay off bonds early, if it works out with your cash flow and your goals. And then page 6, you'll really see a little more red there, because now you have principal plus interest payments, essentially the same average annual payment from the first year to the last year. And then on page 7, this is interesting when you look at the morgue project, and it's a different cash flow that would be securing it. Ultimately, all these bonds, whenever they're known as a non-voted limited tax general obligation bond, also known as a commissioner bond, they're secured by the county's current expense fund and other monies available. So for the jail, the other monies would be the criminal justice sales tax. And then for the morgue, you could determine what you wanted to earmark to make that payment. But you can see, we showed, again, financing a construction fund deposit of 10 million financed over 15.5 years, 20, 25.5 years, 30 and a half years, and 35.5 years. So of course, the average annual payment goes down the longer you finance it, but the interest cost does go up, or what we call the net borrowing costs, the longer you finance it. So you kind of have to find that right balance as far as what's the amount, what's the term you want to finance it for, and also what gives you flexibility for the future. I know that back in 2009, there was one city here on the west side, and they got talked into a 10-year financing and were expecting their sales tax just to continue to grow. 2009, Great Recession hit, and then they called me up and they said, oops, we should have financed it longer. So that's why I think it's always good to think about financing a little bit longer, gives you more flexibility and does not put as much pressure on the county's current expense fund. And then you also, need to have the conversation as far as looking out and going, okay, we've got the jail and the morgue. Do we have anything else planned here in the next, say, 5 years that we need to take into account?
So then this is where you're looking at REIT and possibly economic development. Economic development, 133 as your revenue sources to pay for this. And so you need to take a look at the spreadsheet and see how much per year do you want to do. What's the shortest amount we can do on that to where we can dedicate those monies? And it'd be nice to be shorter than longer. So you take a look at the payments structure over that time period, then it's then you determine we don't want to do 35 and a half. But you have to look at what can we afford per year and look at that payment that we will dedicate on an annual basis. Maybe it is a 15 year. Maybe we can do that much and have it a lot better rate. So that's where we got to make those decisions soon on how much you want to dedicate REIT and economic Hanson, the 133 fund that has a lot of money in it. So I got to be right back.
And then from a bond financing standpoint, and we would combine those two separate purposes into one bond and then go out and market that to investors, set the interest rates as low as we can while still getting orders for the bonds. But by doing that, having one financing, you're paying financing costs one time versus 2 times. And it's just that it would be described that a portion is being, it's all secured by the county's current expense fund, but from a budgeting standpoint, the criminal justice sales tax is helping pay for that portion of it. And then maybe to identify another source that would be paying. And when you issue tax exempt municipal bonds, the IRS is expecting that you'll spend the bond money within a 36-month period from the date that you issue the bonds.
We're spending it.
Yeah. Page 8 just gives you an example of a financing schedule. And so I'll coordinate with Daryl's office and the county assessor's office. There's some information that needs to be completed. And then from there, the bond attorney is K&L Gates. And so they prepare another bond resolution for the commissioners to approve. And then as a team, we all start working on the draft preliminary official statement. There's a document and review process and a couple different versions of it. Serving as a bond underwriter, we prepare a rating presentation and then coach and rehearse with county staff. And then a few days after that rehearsal meeting, then we have the real Zoom meeting with the Standard & Poor's rating analysts like we did on the 2022 bond. And then that just shows a schedule where the preliminary official statement would be released to investors, potential investors, say around March 20th, set the final interest rates around April 16, and then you'd receive funds on May 1st.
So I'm just looking at our 133 account, we put $500,000 in our budget for 2025 for the warrant, so we can sustain that. But we already have a grant payment that's coming out, 1.3 million transfer bond funds, 1.3 million, 500,000 for the capital, the warrant cap, 90,000 for EDC admin fees.
I'm almost done with my information, so.
I can tell you that Rob and I will be out of town March 4 through 7.
Oh, okay, let me make a note of that. Okay, so Tom and Rob are out. Okay, which works out fine because now we're gonna push the closing and delivery of bond proceeds date of May 1. We'll say push that out near the end of May. So then that pushes everything above that, out a few weeks. So Tom, what's your schedule look like in, say, mid-March, late March? Are you in town?
Yeah. We have a NACO conference that we're going to, and so.
Okay. And then are the rest of the commissioners available, say, in mid to late March?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Nothing exciting on it.
Let me set your schedule for you.
But yeah, it all looks good. I mean, it looks very solid financially. It's just unfortunate on the interest rate market, but it is what it is.
Mhm. Okay, yep. I was just waiting for some year-end numbers and then I could be done with my part. And I showed Barbara the tweaks on the commissioner updates of who's in what in terms of stuff like that. But I don't know where the assessor's at.
What do you need from the assessor?
They're needing evaluations and I can't remember what the assessor contribution is. Levy.
Yeah, it's the we need the assessed value for 2023, 24, 25. The top 10 taxpayers, and I think that's about it.
That assessed value, that's for the entire county, right? The whole.
Yes.
And
Yep.
you should have that on your taxes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So they should-
When's that needed?
Rachel should be,
I'll put out a new schedule. Needed in the
Yeah, because,
couple weeks.
okay, well, she's certified on one value, but there's still, I'm not sure if I'm gonna get my levy rates by tomorrow. I don't know where she's at,
Okay.
so. All right,
Commissioners, any questions for me?
thank you for all that you
Can't think
do.
of anything.
Thanks, Jeff.
Cindy, you're taking it easy on me this morning. You're not throwing any hardball questions
So
at
I'm looking at my numbers and I think we're gonna have to do some creative financing here because it'll
Okay.
work, but it's,
to reaffirm, we're now looking at 55 million for the jail. 6 million more,
it's
6,
gonna be
7.
more than 6.
6, 7.
Yep, okay. And so, but to use economy of scale, put them together, but they just have different payment schedules and a different, and hopefully a much, not as long one for the morgue. Just gotta do some quick looking at what you wanna commit for all those years coming out of those funds that we have.
Okay, and then for running the schedule, should I assume like a 15.5 year schedule for the morgue?
I think it's gonna be more than 6 million. I just don't see it being less than 6 million.
It's pretty crystal ballish. It's kind of hard to.
Well, I'm saying across the construction's gonna go to like.
Well, can some of the REIT, besides using as a debt payments,
REIT can go towards it.
to pay as well?
Well, and we do have some,
You know, we got under the 132.
we do have,
So what do we have in the 132?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I haven't looked at the numbers.
Because even if you're talking, you know, $1 million from REIT and $1 million from that, now all of a sudden you're at 8 million, you know, so.
I feel like we have a pretty strong budget for 2025.
Yeah, and now you have REC,
Yeah, it's,
and Genie may not be as reliable. There may be some tariff effects on Genie that I heard last night, where they're scrambling to get a whole bunch of stuff before the potential tariffs go on, and that they may not be building after, depending on the tariffs. So we have some complications with the potential tariff setup that our county gets, well, most counties get affected by, but we have some very sensitive entities.
we'll be impacted. The ag economy is not looking great.
But we better make sure we have a good, truthful, positive story to sell on Grant County for the bond rating.
Yeah.
Still got a lot going on.
Jim, we're just gonna go start looking at our couch cushions for money. That's what we're gonna do when we hang out.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
We're gonna look for money under our couch cushions
Oh, yeah.
for those change.
It's the perfect time for you to come in there, right?
Look at Daryl's couch. She's going.
What
I don't believe in change.
Oh, Mandy doesn't even have her calculator or her iPad.
What information are you wanting?
132 account, what's in that account?
I think it was 8 million.
Do you have access to GP on your phone? I'm gonna be jealous.
So that's what's in that account.
Well, I do know the rating analysts, just based on recent rating presentations, they've been very impressed with Grant County, with the data centers, and it's a great story. So again, Brant Mayo's done a fantastic job in relaying that message and educating them, the rating analysts, and just giving some great examples. I mean, I'm still impressed by the story that how Microsoft and Columbia Basin College combined to create a program for training workers that work at the data center to
That'd be Big Bend Community College.
Big Bend, yeah.
oh, sorry, Big Bend, yeah. To retain local talent.
Well, a lot of other industries are also working with Big Bend.
Well, yeah, and we have CV Tech, which is the high school side of it, that's helping train the younger generation coming up. So that's a good program.
So, nope, that'd be good. It's, and that would be where our economic person, Brent, would be coming to those pre-meetings to make sure we're aware of what he can tell us and what we can't say. Okay. All right. Again, I apologize for having a delayed return trip from Moses Lake and not making this meeting
Well, I'm
on
glad you
time.
made it.
Now I just need to get to a ride to Country Deli for lunch. For Rotary.
I can drop you off. What time you gotta go?
I know my car's halfway there.
Well, thank you, Jim.
Yeah, thank you all. I'll try and make it over in person for the next meeting.
Okay,
And thanks, Mark.
Yeah, thank you guys. I'm going to sign off too.
okay, thank you.
We'll go in recess until 1 p.m. We are back for HR update.
Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Rob, are you down there?
Yes,
Do you want me to send Andy down to the hearing room, or did you want to come up here?
I'll come up there.
Okay, he's here.
Good afternoon, it is 1:01 p.m. and we are here for our weekly human resources update. It looks like we have Superior Court judges here as our guests.
Yes, good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you. So first item on the HR agenda, as requested yesterday, 2025 Position Control Superior Court Administrator reclassification. This position went through PMRT. Of course, these aren't dated, so I want to say it was in the fall.
Our understanding it was October. I don't have the exact date.
Yeah, I don't know the exact date either. So comps were redone. Superior Court adopted a job description from the AOC and was requesting a band 22, but at a minimum of 20. When I ran the comps, they came back at a 19, which is consistent with district courts. It's the same job description, essentially. So that position was forwarded to the board for review, for decision, and then it got, it was budget time, so got added to the budget. We did the position control review on December 31st of 2024, where the decision was made to hold the position until a compensation review could be done. That is countywide. There is no timeline on how long that would take, which led us to yesterday. So, does the
What is current band step?
current band is 16. I believe it's step 7, but I will confirm that.
If you went to a 19, what step would you recommend?
Well, traditionally we do a 2.5% increase, which likely would place her at a 1 or 2, step 1 or 2.
So for myself, since you already did a comp study on this, I personally would support a 19 too. And then once the salary study was done, adjust from there if there was something different found.
Okay. And then Cindy?
Yeah, I'm in favor. It's only a 2.5% increase though. Is
I would
that-
have to double check
Oh,
the
okay.
numbers. Rob's question was going from a band 16 to a 19, what step would she be at? And I would have to run some math, but my guess would be either
But that's what the
step
comps,
the comparables that I ran last
same
month.
duties, okay, the same duties. would-
It's the adopted AOC budget, but with that comes the discussion with the judges about this structure, this job description will be in place. So whoever presiding judges must honor that. The challenge in HR is we are constantly going back and forth with structure, and that one isn't good for the department, and two, it puts a lot of administrative burden on others to maintain that consistency.
Well, I can tell you, there's 4 of us here for at least 4 more years, and we are all in agreement that this is what we want. And so we can't tell you if we're all gone in 4 years, we can't promise what anyone else is gonna do. But we understand that, and we fully support Crystal having those abilities that we talked about yesterday. So I want you folks to know that for at least 4 more years, you have complete agreement of all the 3 judges that would be presiding at any time in the next 4 years.
And if one of you were to step down or something happened with the election and there was a new judge, would you guys support this structure with that new judge?
You mean like if one was gone and there was 2 of us? Well, of course, we're in support of it, but we just can't say, if all 3 of us are gone and you get 3 more. But yeah, we would support it. We've always been supportive of this and that's how she's been doing her job.
Yeah. Okay.
So, and I'm just gonna throw this in, juvenile youth services, I don't know if they're supposed to be under Superior Court, but they were under Superior Court because of some issues, just a plethora of issues. They were removed from Superior Court and now they report to the commissioners. I don't know if that's something that we just did because of some issues that arose, or if it needs to kind of go back to Superior Court, or we want to leave it like it is, but I honestly don't know the RCW one, you know, why it was a department, or I guess it would be a department under Superior Court.
Yeah, I don't know the history of why it's under what it's under, but we can, Crystal's been here, we can maybe see what that history is, because I'm not aware of that.
And I would be more than happy to explain the history, it's just the time we needed to make a change, and I mean, it's fine how it is, I just don't know if, kind of with your new structure, if that is supposed to be under Superior Court, and.
My understanding is it isn't supposed to be. We
Oh,
could
it's
always,
not supposed to,
no,
okay.
we could always try to do that, but in a lot of ways, we're trying to take a minimalist approach on a lot of what we do. And if it's not broke.
Okay, well, and I just wanted to bring it up because we have new commissioners and.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
right.
I think it's fine how it is, we don't have any issues, I wasn't aware if it was something that was supposed to be under you and we removed it, and that would be, that's.
Yeah, no, thanks for asking. And we've worked pretty well with them. Swale's good to work with.
Commissioners, if I can make a brief statement in support of Crystal. I would say that I just want to, since I've been through that history, I've seen the position grow and strengthen over the last few years. Before Crystal, and not saying it was right or wrong, but there were a lot of things that she did not want to be involved in. And then with the switch over to Crystal, Crystal was more than willing to partner and to polish some skills and to dive in. So it operates at a higher level than it did at the point I got here, and I think it continues to strengthen. I think with some of what Gina was saying yesterday about autonomy is not the real word because none of us are autonomous. But there could be situations where Gina or someone may be grabbing Crystal by the hand and saying, hey, this is one of those department-y heady things and we really need your face here. And I think with that sense of partnership, that helps that growth and strengthening.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you.
I just did a quick Google search. You can take my computer key, it is really nice. Yes, youth services in Washington State fall under the jurisdiction of Superior Court judges. Sure, okay. And we are, again, fine, leave it at how it is. Since we're kind of talking about the new change.
Yeah, no, thanks.
So Cindy, I heard you approve, Rob, I heard you approve, Kevin.
I would have approved yesterday, but I'm the low man on the totem pole here.
You had to wait for the right meeting to make a decision.
We'll take it today. And I know this was kind of after the fact, but thank you. I know you all are being fiscally responsible. You got to deal with this from every department. We get it. But thank you. This means a lot to us.
Yeah.
To kind of make sure that she's compensated based on what she's doing.
I appreciate your guys' support for her as well.
Yeah, you won't see us here too often.
No,
right?
Yeah.
You know, and that's not a bad problem when we don't run into your courtroom and you.
Exactly.
As much as we like you.
But don't try to get out of jury duty because you're not gonna.
Just don't go that far.
That's right.
And that's a good segue into the next item.
Yes.
Which you guys are more than happy, or more than welcome to stay if you'd like to.
I got a bench I gotta get to and other things, but thank you guys so much.
Yep.
Yes.
And thank you in advance for the second position. I'm sure she'll tell you it's the full-time
Yes,
replacing the two part-times.
I can't believe we've had a volunteer for as many years as we've had.
Yeah, we're surprised.
Yeah, it was dangerous. So thank you again. We appreciate it.
My other observation is I just did a lot of these things.
Okay, so the second
Sure,
item
nice
we have on
in
the
your
agenda is the
approach
Superior
issues we
Court
have
Judicial
things
Assistant /
not
bailiff
wrong
position.
through from the beginning.
So
Yeah, just-
I have to give you guys a little bit of a history on that position.
Well, thank you for joining us.
It was kind of fun. Thank you.
Thanks. With that decision, word will get out and district court will be next. So again, consistency, what we did here will affect that office.
And they
Have you
are,
done comp on that?
It's the same,
Okay.
and 19, it's the same job description,
and what are they at currently?
16.
16?
Same.
So Desiree will ask for that for her position as well as the assistant administrator position because
Both
of
being the same?
spread. No. So the district court lead clerk got rebanded.
How's the comp though on the assistant?
It is, she's requesting what the comp came out to.
But it's significantly lower than what the request was. Is that right?
Band
Yes.
19, yes.
She wanted one at 24.
22.
22.
No, Crystal wanted at 22. I thought
They
Desiree's
both wanted
request was
22.
24.
They both wanted 22. So just putting it out there that it will be the next ask, and our responsibility in HR is to remind the board to be consistent. What you do with one.
Well, I think instead of waiting for the ask, let's just go ahead and make it happen because we know it's gonna be, I believe they're pretty similar. One does have more.
One supervises more, yeah. Is the board in favor then of?
Well, district court and superior court are doing the same job. I don't see why we wouldn't.
They're a little different, it's different.
If
but-
you ask them, they're not doing the same job, but the job description is the same.
If your comp came back the same, then
Let's go ahead and follow the comp so that we are consistent with the two judicial branches.
Okay, so is the board in favor? Cindy, I hear you
Yeah.
saying yes? Kevin?
Yeah.
Rob?
yep.
And even though Desiree has more staff under her, on some days you could argue that her job is easier than Crystal's because all the staff's under her, instead of the staff supporting the Superior Court being carved out into the county clerk. Why those are different, I don't know, whether they're trying to manage another department they have no authority over to get what they need, so.
Can I add something like that?
No one's job is perfect.
No, but hopefully,
Dan is helping me with notes, so we'll make sure between the both of us and Kirk that we capture.
I hate to show favoritism for one and not the other. I mean, that's what it could be viewed.
And I do want to clarify that district court administrator increased to band 19. And is the board then in support of moving the assistant administrator, rebanding or reclassifying that to a band 14, which is their request?
That was your comp?
I would do your comp, not the request. You're comparable.
Well, I wasn't quite ready for that, so let me look in here just a minute, and then I will let you know what I found.
And Cindy, thank you. Just want to reinforce your decision. If we're gonna do it, let's not wait for them to ask. Because,
Well, they can have.
well, plus giving money is one of the few ways that people get excited because someone cares about them. If you wait till someone has to feel like they catch you to get the money, then you've spent the same amount, you've got no positive for it, so.
Usually gets a negative spin on it. I know they've been waiting.
I'm almost there. I apologize.
Oh, no, that's okay. And we can even bring it to you next week.
Um,
It's been getting through your update relatively fast, so.
Okay, found what I was looking for. So when I did the comp, it came back at a 13, at a 13A with Grant County, and their request is a 14.
I would say be consistent and stick with with Grant County. I don't know if you did the others with Grant County or without Grant County, but I would be consistent with the banding that you did for the other two.
I did both.
Okay.
With Grant County, without Grant County. The difference is 13A and 13B. So with Grant County, it's 13A, and without Grant County, it's 13B.
What was the other?
There,
You got the 19. What was it comped with?
with Grant County.
Okay,
So
so
do the
stick
same.
with Grant County.
Yeah, I'd say stay the same. And
So-
they can't come back and say we went outside.
So the assistant, the board is approving a band 13B.
Oh, I thought it was A with Grant County.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, you're right. Thank you,
13A
Cindy.
with Grant County,
Thank you.
the same as we did for
Yes,
the other
Yes.
two.
thank you.
Danny, getting those notes down.
Yeah.
Keep going back and forth. I'm sorry.
It's a little sloppy, had to take out another page, but we got it.
Thank you, Dan.
And if we're not catching it, we can find it on YouTube, not that it's gonna be easier to listen, like, what do they end up doing?
Yeah.
No, I'll get it, I'll get it.
13A to be consistent with the other rebandings.
Okay, I'm in favor of that.
Kevin?
Yes, sir, or yes, ma'am, sorry.
Rob?
Yeah, we can keep doing these decisions 3 times.
Well, I just wanna make sure, because
13A.
sometimes we,
Yes, yes,
yes.
yes. Need another one?
One more.
Yes.
Good measure.
No.
Well, we're not always consistent on.
Band 8, step 1, next.
Okay. So the second item on the HR agenda is in regards to the judicial assistant bailiff. So I gotta give some history here. In September, Mandy requested that all budgets be submitted to accounting. At the time, Crystal had not presented this position to HR, so she put a band 7 in her budget for this new position. Then in November, we went through the PMRT process where we actually developed the job. We developed a job description. I did a salary comparison, a wage review. That wage review came back at a band 12, but because of other staff in the office, Crystal submitted or requested a band 9, which was done after the budget. And so when position control came to the board, it was copy and pasted from the budget, which had the incorrect number. So the request, the true request is for the Superior Court Judicial Assistant Bailiff to be banded at a 9, as opposed to a 7, which was approved on the 31st. And that's based on comps, a fully developed job description.
Okay, so you start off with a band 12.
That's what the comps came back at.
Okay.
But Crystal's request is a band 9 because I believe her assistant is a band 12. So she didn't feel it was the same level of work. So she requested a 9. A band 9.
I feel like we're getting a little inconsistent here.
Mhm.
So,
So what the board approved was a band 7.
Right, so now it's what was in the budget.
That was in the budget in September. Then when the position was developed in November, the comps came back at a 12, but Crystal is requesting a band 9.
Is that?
And it's a new position,
This is a new.
so someone would be applying for the band 9.
Yes.
So I'm fine with the 9.
As long as it's in the budget, I don't see a problem with that.
I did confirm with Mandy that the funds are available. It's just a matter of moving funds from different accounts.
yeah, I'm fine with it. I just worry that I just want to make sure that when we're looking at the comparables, that we are paying the correct amount and we're not punishing somebody because we want another employee to get a higher salary. I don't know what the bailiff does. I don't know if they have, other than kind of watching the jury, if they help with the notification that gets sent out. I don't know what other duties, and maybe Crystal is aware of the duties that maybe somebody else in the office does.
So this judicial assistant / bailiff will act as jury bailiff as needed. They oversee and coordinate jury activities, provide administrative support to the judges, coordinate and distribute in-person ex parte matters, independently correspond and maintain frequent contact with attorneys and interested parties in legal matters, act as a liaison with the media, law enforcement, courtroom staff, courtroom clerks, attorneys, reviews, edits, formats, judicial correspondence and decisions, performs any other work as requested.
But they are more of an assistant instead of just the bailiff.
They'll do both, yes.
And I'm okay with the band 9, just to make sure.
Okay.
Compensating correctly.
The comps came back in at 12. This is a new position within the state, so we had that information readily available. But that doesn't mean that that'll stay consistent over time. And I think you bring up a valid point. When we get the company, maybe they'll come up with something different. And at that point, it will be the board's discretion to reevaluate.
Okay, well, thank you for all the information in the background and for quickly digging it up, but it wasn't really on your agenda, so thank you.
Thank you.
Dan, are you getting the notes here?
Yep, so
Flip in
far
the
so
page.
good.
We're sticking with the agenda next time.
Please flip in the page. Okay, third item on the agenda is a signature request for an annual leave rollover for Decorah Anderson Cook. If the board recalls, in December, it's December 10th actually, this request was made to roll over some hours. In the body of the memo, it had the incorrect person. So this new memo has the correct name in the body.
Who's in the last one?
Jarvis.
Did we sign it?
Yeah.
Nice.
So this is just to
I
correct
didn't
that.
sign it. Hey,
Has the new
Kevin
date.
didn't.
Yeah, has the new date and the new,
Better make sure the person is in here.
yes, double checked.
Should I sign it next on?
Sign it as District 1.
Yeah, it's a new request. Bless you, Kirk.
Thank you.
The fourth item on the HR agenda is a reclassification par for the benefits and payroll specialist.
Shout out, I love District 1, 2, and 3. I love it.
Oh boy, Dan.
Do what now?
District 1, 2, and 3. Listen, on their set of chair, vice chair, because it changes all the time.
Yeah.
I like it.
For the
Good job,
reclassification.
Dan.
I don't know what I did.
Did you print that?
I did not.
Oh.
That's okay.
You can take credit for it.
Take it where I can get it.
This par was approved by the board during the position control update meeting on December 31st. So this par's solidifying that change. And I have 2 more, Cindy, so I can collect them when you're done.
I have to remember what.
Today's the 14th.
If I'm the vice chair.
Oh.
I'm the vice chair.
Fifth
Yeah.
item is for fairgrounds, also a reclassification that was approved by the board at the December 31st meeting. This is for Shayla Anderson.
Oh, Shayla, I'm not signing it.
Well, Shayla is knocking it out of the park.
Yeah, she's great.
And then the last part for signature from that December 31st meeting is for Carolyn Stover. That review.
Should have got the names since I really never checked to see the name.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. So Shayla is at fairgrounds, Marissa's in HR, the reband. Carolyn.
I really could walk this down there.
Well, that's okay. but thank you.
The first 2 or 3 hours.
Okay, so item 7 is from PMRT yesterday, Renew Utilization Review Coordinator. Dan, do you want to talk about this request?
Sure. So there's a little bit of history on this one too. So going back to 2018, this position originally required or did not require, I believe it was the case, did not require an SUD professional certification. And at that time, they had a manager or a supervisor that was doing all the job duties that were associated with having that required certification. They changed that and added a requirement to have a SUD professional certification to the Utilization Review Coordinator 1. And it was already in the Utilization Review Coordinator 2 job description, which worked well until the person that occupied the Utilization Review Coordinator position, who had that certification, left their position. And so now we're finding that we're asking the question, how do you fill this role when you have a requirement that's really, really hard to find in candidates? And so rather than diversifying those 2 positions so that the Review 2 required the cert and the Review 1 did not, currently both of them require that certification. And so the challenge is that by putting that requirement into that job description, if you can't find a candidate that has that certification, the work that the other work that they would otherwise be able to do without that certification, that work doesn't get done either. And so now they're in a situation where they have a supervisor that's doing some of the work that requires a SUD certification, and then some of the other administrative tasks, they're just trying to find a way to make it work, and other people are doing that work. Supervisor is, manager is. But in terms of a strategic staffing approach, I think it would be a better solution, and I concur with the manager's request to say, we take that requirement out of the Utilization Review 1, leave it in the 2, but that way, at least when we're staffing both of those positions, for this role, it doesn't require that certification. So if we got somebody that didn't have it and they somehow got it later, they could fill a future position, but we don't need it for this role. So going back in hindsight, we probably should not have had that certification in the job description, but we did. So that kind of brings us forth to today. So what we're proposing is to revise the job description, which we did. We've got a draft that removes that certification plus any job duties that require that, any essential job duties that require that professional certification. They can still do plenty of other work. But in doing that, it in my opinion, it removes it from exempt on the FLSA status to non-exempt. It loses the administrative exemption. And so doing a little bit of comp analysis on that, the proposal would be to take it to a non-exempt position at a band 10 versus where it is right now at a band 12, and it's currently exempt. And the reason for that, again, is because it loses the administrative exemption. And it also, with that, you're taking away some of the essential job duties that I believe reflect what the current rate is. So it'd be actually a decrease in pay for whoever the selected candidate is.
So they don't currently have anybody in that position?
No, and in fact, I appreciate you asking that question, Commissioner, because we've got a Utilization Review 2 out there right now that we're trying to fill that does have the certification requirement. And then we'd like to have the Utilization Review Coordinator 1 that does not have that requirement. We can't even find somebody to fill the current position we have out there. And so to say that we're going to add another position, put it online, and try to request resumes for a second position, I think would be detrimental to what Nicole Davidson, the manager, is trying to accomplish, which is she needs some help and support. And right now she's got nothing. So she's struggling right now. And within quality and compliance, there are things that she should be doing that she really hasn't been able to do.
she's just, barely keeping her head above water, where they're doing the things that are the minimum requirements. But as far as proper training, doing internal assessments and that kind of stuff, it's not getting done as it should be.
Okay, no, I'm in favor of it.
Kevin?
Yep.
Ron?
Kevin, was that yes?
Yeah, I think it'd be.
Okay. I didn't know if he nodded, I was just making sure.
I was just processing.
Kevin, my job is to make sure that all three of us give an answer at least once. So when HR leaves, or Kurt's like, I don't know, I didn't hear. And we always say, yes, but.
Okay, thank you.
Gina?
Yes.
If I can just add something for the board, and specifically Kevin. One of the things HR then is watchful for, because we do have departments that for their own history will change. I need to restructure my department. Bob left, Sally's here, Sally doesn't have it, we're gonna do that. And we go through the process to do that. And 3 months later, Sally decides she doesn't like that, so she demotes herself, and they want to restructure it again in another way. And it's just another, HR normally is going to push back on that, saying make a business decision of your structure and stick to it. Stop redoing your organization every time a personality leaves.
Well, that's one of the questions I have is if you have somebody that has a certification and you have nobody coming up behind them that can replace them if they walked out the door, where does that leave us?
Well, so that person that's the incumbent in the utilization review one, they could help that person, or that person, if they have an interest, could get that certification.
Okay,
So that
Yeah,
you.
I think the hours, they don't have so many hours or.
Yeah, I don't know a lot of detail on what it's not an easy trick, but I mean, they could do that while they were working. And that's one of the things that Nicole had talked about. But right now they have internal candidates that it could be a good opportunity for them to move up too, but none of them, as it stands right now, so they can't actually develop their internal candidate pools to be in that position because they don't have that certification. So long term, I think this is a better strategy. To Kirk's point, I think what's happened before is they're trying to develop a strategic staffing plan around people instead of actual positions. And the reality of it is people come and go. And so when you make a plan that says, I'm going to base it on these 5 people, well, it's like, what are you going to do a year from now when that mix looks totally different? So it's constantly changing structure and positions and requirements. And so my recommendation, my approach would be you make your plan based around, or your strategy based on the positions, but not people. Or the credentials that they have.
I mean, it does seem to be the training crowd for those that are trained. We'll have somebody sign off, they get their hours, and all of a sudden they're accredited, and they're gone. Then they leave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so Kirk, your comment about restructure, was that unique to Renew? Because I can see that applying at District Court, Superior Court.
New Hope,
New Hope, yeah, it's consistency and structure.
Youth Services.
Yeah. New judge comes in, we say, this is the structure, this is the process, this is what you're inheriting.
Superior Court judges, that's why they kind of asked us to take over youth services, just because they're busy. It's like we are busy doing court cases, writing briefs, whatever they're doing. We are not briefs, but decisions. We really don't have time to deal with the day-to-day functions of the department. So I took it over, so it makes sense there.
And when you look at best case information on layoffs, for example, when a position is laid off, rule of thumb is going to be, because businesses change, right? And suddenly your philosophy change. But if you're going to come back within a year's time and say, now we've decided this, it's in your best interest to go back to that person and offer them their job to come back in and put it back. Because otherwise it looks like trying to get around a disciplinary process from that. And so we do have those conversations with departments and layoffs. I've always had a similar conversation in these structures to say, we're going to use that year. I've had my druthers, I wouldn't see it for 2 years. make a good decision and make it work.
Thank you, Kirk. The 8th item on the agenda is also reviewed by or discussed at PMRT yesterday, renew CLSA.
So this one is for this request on the PMRT form would add 3 community living support aides to DCL. The current approved head count, I believe, is at 19 or 20. So this request was not in the budget. So we did confirm with yesterday at the PMRT meeting that there is money, there is available funding. The funds are available, but it wasn't in the approved budget exercise that we just went through. The reason for the additional 3 staff or the request for 3 additional CLSA staff is to support workload. Currently, they're a little bit understaffed, and part of the challenge is going to be they've got a couple of clients that they're at I forget what the classification is, but where they require round the clock care. And so because of that, Missy and her management staff are going to have to engage in some of the services that a normal CLSA would provide. So unfortunately, if again, we can go back in time, I'm sure that Dell would say, I wish I would have just added this to the 2025 budget request. But again, we did confirm yesterday that funding is available.
Will that funding continue past 2025? Because I'm assuming that they'll stay on past 2025.
The positions you mean?
Yeah.
Funny you should ask. So short answer is for 2025, I know that funds are available. I don't know beyond that, to be honest. I would have to do
Well,
some.
this is not come out of current expense, so if there's funding, it's kind of a state program.
Right.
It goes through the county, through Renew. So they have their own funding source, we do not import to the county. So if there's DC or Renew may subsidize it a little bit, but they would be able to get services. I mean, it kind of falls in their own budget.
Okay.
So what if Dell found himself in a situation where he needed to go down, say 2 or 3 staff, if he just waited 2 or 3 months, he would probably be at the staffing level he desired, because the turnover is so high in this position because of not just the work is really, really hard.
And they're barely above minimum wage.
Barely above minimum wage. So just an example, I had one person I onboarded last week, and that same day they turned in their resignation. So it's a really hard position to fill, and when you do fill it, it's hard to retain those people too.
Also on the topic of wages, as we get the position control process built up for Tyler, which we're not waiting until the implementation, we're working on that now. There will be places there where the board will be able to say ongoing funding for 2025, funding through March 3rd, we'll be able to mark those things if there's not an intent. If it's ongoing, the intent is that most likely the accounting office will take those positions and move them forward with an assumption because they're ongoing, but that doesn't mean they can't be cut in the budget process to make things balance.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Does the board have enough information to make a decision?
Yeah, no, I'm fine.
I'm fine with it as long as they have funding for it. Same.
Thank you. The last PMRT and the last item on the agenda was discussed yesterday during PMRT. Solid waste roadside litter pickup crew. This is a request for 2 FTEs for full-time litter crew members. This will allow solid waste to pick up litter along the road sides, as well as illegal dumps within the county. right of way year round. This was a request from community members for the county to have a more proactive approach in collecting litter. The band they're requesting is a band 6, which is the same as the small business labor. And there is a vehicle available for use for this crew.
Are these union positions?
These would be union positions, yes. I believe so. Yes.
Should we make the request that they're temporary to make sure that this idea works?
If that's the board's desire, yes.
I would agree with that.
Just in case it doesn't work, trying to remove the position.
Well, it's grant funded, I thought it was a grant fund.
No, it is not. It can be, grant funds are available to use, but it is out of the
20%.
15 feet of works.
20% grant funds.
The term we would use would be a project position.
Yeah.
Because you are studying whether it's something that's gonna meet your need or not. And we've done that before, Gina, where we've made notice to the union saying, this is a project position of 8 months, a year, whatever that is, and potentially not had it started into the union because at that point, they're collecting dues with no promise that the person's ever gonna be there long enough to see them. So they may not care. Just something to think about. Anything without longevity is harder to fill.
That too. So would the board like for this position to be a project position?
I would agree with that.
What duration? Typically, we don't go over 2 years for DRS purposes.
I mean, I think we'll know in 6 to 12 months if it's working. Then if it's just not working or we're not seeing a great enough change, then I would not want to keep the positions just because they were unionized.
Okay.
So project would be my thoughts.
The project for 12 months or 24 months? Or less?
12 months.
Yeah, like 12 months, I can see the person applying and be like, oh, 12-month project. But
They're anticipating they also have internal.
not for that one.
Don't they? Oh, no.
That
Which
was
one is
for
this
the
one?
environmental position.
Thank you.
I don't know if anybody internally is gonna wanna go,
Yeah, you're right.
for office. I'm okay with 12 months, 12 months project position.
We let them know we did that,
Yes.
because I'm sure we'll forget in the meantime.
Yes. So I have all 3 commissioners approving a project position for a duration of 12 months with a notice going out to the union.
And I'm assuming you'll reach out to district court and let them know.
I would be happy to.
Dan's like, let me just take care of that one.
Gina's gonna take that one.
And that's all that HR prepared on the agenda. Do the commissioners have any?
Thank you for adding number 1. I know it's a hot topic yesterday, so thank you for adding number 1 and I guess 1A.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No further discussions? All right, we will go into recess until 2 p.m. We are back for our weekly commissioner meeting. Good afternoon. It is Tuesday, January 14th, 2 p.m., and we are here for our weekly Commissioner Business meeting. I will call the meeting to order and begin with an open forum for public input. 3 minutes per person, 15 minutes total. Do we have anyone in the room that is here with public comment?
Me.
Yes, please. Come to the edge of the table and state your name
We have a
for the
little, I
record.
can move this, sorry.
Oh, your podium.
So it's real legit.
Do you need help?
I'm gonna just get it on the, let's do it.
Stand right
There we
there.
go. Well, I think the top, I feel like the top
Wherever
is
you
gonna
want.
pop off. Caitlin, has the top popped off? You're looking at me like,
I have not ever seen it, but
okay, it looked like it was getting a little loose.
Feels good. Yeah, hi, thanks for having me. My name is Sean Cardwell, and I am here on specifically behalf of the Grant County Tourism Committee. Mr. Burgess, we have not yet met, I believe, and so, hi.
Hi.
I live here in Ephrata, so I'm in your district as well, so you'll be hearing from me on various things throughout the years, I'm sure. As the new chair of the tourism committee, I wanted to sort of reintroduce myself and the committee to you guys. As you know, we've gone through a lot of changes in the last 6 years since right before COVID. Our funding structure has changed. Our legacy members have left, including our leadership. Our marketing manager of 20 years has left. Our publisher of 20 years has left. And our, most close confidant with the county, Jerry, also left. And so in the last 6 years, we've had a major turnover. We've had a lot of feedback from the commissioners over the years of concerns over how we were marketing and how our marketing was going, and as well as our processes and systems on how we interacted with the county. And a lot of that has changed again because of our financial, our funding changes. So I just wanted to come in to let you know that we are committed to creating some stability on the committee and trust again, because I think there's been so many questions over the years that we really look forward to working with the commissioners as well as the tourism deep dive into Grant County, the tourism study that's going to be happening. We look forward to working with that as well. And so please reach out with any concerns that you have to me or to Pam Thorson, who is also the vice chair of the committee now. We're going to be doing a lot of internal audits to making sure that we're doing things as they should be done. One thing on concern of your consent agenda today, there is a contract with Eastern Sky LLC, who has been doing our social media for the last year and a half. We, as a committee leadership, me and Pam decided to, we were hoping to delay the adoption of that contract for a few days. And in response, Eastern Sky LLC is withdrawing their services. And so that item is moot in a way on your consent because they no longer want to be in contract with us. And so we are going to be looking for a new social media provider as well. So just so you guys know what is happening, so you know there is the new leadership, so you know that we have taken all of your concerns, and we are really trying to shore up our processes and make sure that, we're doing things on the up and up. And that's about it.
So you were going to look at that contract closer and that caused them to pull out?
Yes.
We had not been given like a year-end review or the contract in advance to review the new one in January. And then we had our meeting the first Wednesday, and after it was at the end of the meeting, we were trying to wrap things up. There was never a motion made on it. And so there was some confusion. And so Pam and I decided as a leadership that we really did need to dig into that. It's one of our largest contracts at $43,000. And so we said, we actually are having a special meeting that is set for tomorrow for that. And yes, maybe they were concerned that they weren't going to get paid for the work they did in January. They wouldn't have gotten paid for the work they did in January until February. And so I haven't talked to them yet or to our marketing manager about why they chose to pull out. It was just a very polite, short email saying that they would be withdrawing their services. But it was a pretty large contract, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure who else they represented, but it seems like it was a fair deal.
Yes, that was our thoughts as well. So we have two agencies that we considered alongside them, and we'll probably be looking at what's required of us to put out an RFP for a new agency to redo proposals and hoping to move forward very quickly on that. Spring break is a big travel season, we know, and so hoping to get a social media manager active before too long. And there will be the matter of paying Eastern Sky LLC for the half month of work that they did do.
I spoke with Rochelle and they understand that they won't be receiving payment for that. She was operating under the assumption that the contract was gonna be renewed, and then when it wasn't and she chose not to renew, she had said that she understood that she would not be receiving payment for it.
Because we were going to hold payment until the contracts were reviewed and signed.
We weren't yes.
So then them pulling out, then we don't have a contract at all.
Right.
Okay, so does that trigger item number 2, approve invoices in the amount of $25,952? Is $3,600 a portion of that?
Yeah.
Yes, so I was gonna ask, I was gonna bring it up at the consent thing. I was gonna ask if we could just amend the total on the invoices to $22,275, which is the total amount of the other services that are not Eastern Sky.
I will wait and then until roundtable.
Any questions for Sean? Thank you, Sean. Do we have any other public comment? Or do any of our callers have public comment?
We do. We have a DJ Anderson. I'm going to allow to talk. Their hand is raised. DJ Anderson, you're allowed to speak.
Good afternoon, board. Sorry, I haven't been present. I'm Healy. This is Decorah. I don't know why it's coming up as DJ Anderson, but and I didn't mean to wave my hand, but hello, and I'm glad to be here.
Well, thanks, Decorah.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Keith Conley. You're allowed to speak. Keith, do you have anything you want to talk about here? Assume no. And then Carrie Stockton, one last time. Do you have anything to speak? Okay, that is it.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
I'll say that.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Consent agenda is approved. Correspondence or emails?
Not for me.
Barb, do you have any correspondence or letters of support?
No, sir.
Commissioners, any correspondence to discuss?
I don't have any.
I had a phone call about some animals, but I just kind of was looking at it, I haven't had a chance to look into it.
I guess the only phone call I had are about assessed values.
But they're sky high.
Some are saying that, yes, some have reread their statements and realized it's not that bad.
Okay, then we'll move on to the Commissioners' Roundtable.
Just item number, if we remove item number 6, it triggers a reduction in item number 4, which be instead of $25,952 for new Caitlin, it should be $22,275. I've not done the math, so.
Is that correct?
According to my calculator.
Okay.
Commissioners, any other items for Roundtable? Does any staff have anything for Roundtable? We do not have a Roundtable agenda today. It's gonna be quick.
Okay, I move that we can approve the consent agenda items 1 through 24, removing number 6 and decreasing number 4 to $22,275.
A motion and a second, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes to approve the consent agenda items as declared by Commissioner Carter. Thank you. Now we can sign for our consent agenda.
I don't know how to share a calendar invite.
You don't? Yeah, I got 3 things that came through that, send her an email.
Oh, okay, because like, it's on my calendar, so I'm scared if I,
Whoever did that.
Yeah.
Oh. Is that what you're trying to get?
Just making sure my county elected authority. This is all
Stole it?
Jackson County. Yeah, that's the other one.
Right.
So true.
I got you.
See, I'm trying to find that. So if you're looking at it, I can't find it now.
Go back.
Because it's in my calendar now.
And hit that button.
This one,
Or
yeah.
hold it, see if it doesn't bring down.
I just realized that my letter has him. Do I need to change that for you guys?
I click it. I mean, that's where I'm like,
Yeah,
oh,
so open my template.
I could, this is where when it's like in my calendar, I honestly don't know how to.
Just the name.
But yeah.
I have Danny instead of.
Usually we white it out.
Anyway, and I'm trying to find it. but
Hey,
now
Barb.
I'm watching my calendar.
Yes, sir.
Can you do one of those fancy little print sheets with Kevin's name on it to put over Danny's name on one of these letters?
I think that was the one I sent earlier to you.
Oh, yeah, I can do that.
Calendar, I can't find my calendar.
I'm gonna have Caitlin do it after.
Okay.
Too.
It's okay. It'll take me 2 seconds.
So when I have that place, I'll
Okay,
figure it out.
yeah, it has a time, but I
I'm sure it
don't know
does.
how to share a calendar.
Yeah.
I don't think so, either.
Where's Caitlin? I need him.
Nice.
But yeah, there's quite the email trail. But yeah, with.
Nope, I just sent something off.
I'm not sure if he's right or not.
For all I know, they moved us around, but I went online and they still show.
We had to work together.
I just didn't.
Isn't that who it was?
I keep seeing that, like, she was wrong, no.
Just let me know.
His twin.
Sign whatever I want. No accountability in here.
I'm not going
No,
out.
I didn't even, where's he working at?
Your twin comes in, Rob, and they don't know.
You don't want my twin.
Invoices to Cooley Creative, new amounts of $22,275.
I can only imagine.
Caitlin might know. Caitlin, do you know how to share email appointment?
No, I would think that you would just forward it to. Here's these two for you. I'm not sure. I think you.
Yes. We have her out of our class.
Yes.
Without looking
Almost
at it, I don't
exclusively
know.
Oh, you're right.
Almost
The approval of the
exclusively
resolution
now. We used to do
25.
like
You pulled
trade
the other one.
shows and we would travel and we would do.
Do we need to deny it?
Like swag.
Are you denying it or are you
and that
withdrawing
sort
it?
of thing, but
I think the motion was to withdraw, wasn't it?
I mean.
Okay, I got it.
County,
Anything that's going on in the county that could drop.
we,
What was the motion for?
so
Poll.
To pull, okay.
any marketer
Don't ask me,
in
Ryan.
Grant County
I will not give you the right one.
is eligible to get LTAC money.
Professional
which is
services
lodging
agreement
tax
for the
income
horticultural pest
from
and
people who
disease
stay
for-
in overnight facilities in Grant County
Just-
hotels,
just two
campgrounds. And so we have
Hold on.
received a grant to
This
do
was with
that,
that.
as have dozens of other
Yes.
nonprofit and for-profit
Whoops.
organizations
That was
and nonprofits
15.
in Grant County. So we do not
Put the 15th on all of these?
focus
Mhm.
on
Come on,
events too much.
Ron,
We are more
did you go
looking
from
at the
Ron?
like
My name on there.
One of the things.
outdoor.
It's been on more than one.
standing
He's right.
resources
I have
in the
seen
area
it.
where
Yeah.
people
Yeah,
would drop
you know, people.
Just a natural.
But also restaurants, food to farm to table
You
is
should
really
really
big,
do
sort of any trending tourism
I
thing.
see.
That would be kind of sweet.
We're trying to
Incognito.
capitalize on. So that while you're here.
Just show up all pissed off, different name.
We're trying to draw them. We do, most of our advertising is done on the.
I was like,
High
holy cow, it's a
corridor,
15?
and
My
then,
month's almost over.
some in like western Montana, Idaho, and northern Oregon is kind of our space.
Who, me?
No, I did. I just wrote December
A little
14th on that, so I'll
Spokane
fix that later. Let's find
And
out.
Tri-Cities.
I see. But for you, you're just in charge of the Grant County portion.
Is that right? Yes, we're in charge of the Grant County portion. Those are the places we advertise to.
I see.
That's where we're
Recommendation
putting our
amendment,
ads and our
item control district number
magazines and
2.
And do you
pushing our
do,
social media.
like,
It's doing
if you're,
okay.
if you are in an airport,
It's fine.
they'll have.
I
was in Spokane
had taken
Airport,
off my
and they
boots,
grab a
set it by my
Grant
bed,
County,
walking
nice
by
and just to
it,
see,
stubbed my toe on my boot,
highlighting
and
it
it
over here in
was
Spokane.
horrible.
So it's probably sour.
I'm like holding my daughter.
And then the
Terrible.
posters.
Reimbursement
those
request from
types of
the
posters
Port
that
Royal
come out,
Slope.
those come through you, or is that?
They have in the past,
Okay, I go see the doctor on
but we
Thursday.
don't,
They'll
we
look at it
aren't
and they'll tell
focusing
me
as
that it's
much on the
broken.
print
My
media.
mom broke her toe the
Those
other
as
day.
special
What you
posters.
do?
were really
Dropped a
only
frozen
for
steak on it.
Shows, we went to 3
So I
or
made
4
fun of her
print
kind of, because it
shows,
was funny.
made those like
And then she
special
sent me a
collection,
picture last
put
night and I felt pretty bad.
bags with printed,
Reimbursement request from
Yeah.
the healthcare.
guides for
She was
fishing
going
and,
today, I think.
hiking, that sort of thing.
It was pretty big though, looked like one of my fingers.
I vividly remember when I was younger, right around Thanksgiving, the Mythbusters did a test about dropping your frozen turkey on your foot and like the damage that could do to people. Reimbursement request from the healthcare. Yeah, they got like the little, like gel blobs with skeletons inside, Reimbursement
yeah.
request from court district number 4.
If you drop anything out of your freezer, it will like kill your toes, it hits your toes.
Chest freezers are terrible. Reimbursement request from court district number 4. That's true, but we have a chest freezer. We're
You don't
getting
lay
ready to
into
get
it.
It's, and then defrosting it is terrible and anything that's at the bottom, you're never gonna see. Special occasion liquor license.
I have some popsicles in the bottom of mine.
Whoa, probably pretty good.
It's pretty stoked.
Real city. Oh my gosh, wasn't guard so
Practice.
good.
Probably cost you less money than some of the reimbursements.
Well, it's not our money.
Word of mouth. Yeah, you know, it's really good about that one, but. That's worth the drive. Yeah, so that's an interesting job.
Professional services agreement between Grant County and Artura Group.
Maybe I should start signing Ron Jones.
Request to, for Susie to do the DocuSign and stop. Grant. New code policy and procedure update.
That's an odd one.
Professional services agreement for Attorney Jeremy O'Neill.
So anyway.
Well, he's supposed to date him, but we always double
No,
check
some
your
of
guys'
those are
work.
Barb's. She has to date them when she does hers.
The seal. But it's a railway road.
I'm supposed to sign that thing.
Given by Cape Cod Morse. Do you know what Barb did the sign here stickers? So I would think that you would do the
A grantee.
guarantee. Hang on. Barb, are you there? It's me, Margaret.
Are we the?
I'm here.
The Cape Cod Moors, the gift of the railway, does he sign at on the grantee line?
Because we are receiving that donated property, so yeah.
Yes, sir.
Anyway, you hear, you know, I just been coming.
If you don't remember, is employer is an OR, employee is EE. Just looks like employee is receiving. That next one should zero be different. It's true. We have a request for proposals. Chip spreader award recommendation.
That was expensive.
doing a lot of our own.
Approval for designated crisis
We
responder.
can do a certain amount of growth, but we can compete with private. So there's a percentage.
At the end of the day, it's that much money.
Commissioner Cordell Anderson did not sign with Enterprise.
The county forces can cover it.
Purchase order, 1015,
To Japan. You've come for 40 years. What did you already?
I'm assuming that comes from the state.
They were early adopters. They've been eating off of 7 acres of gardens. Amazing, amazing. So, and then we're my husband's brother's both working.
I don't know the dollar amount.
Very great test right on. We had a test run out. You're thinking of, I think, Trolley Farms. Trolley Farms is off the Dawson Road at 7, which is backstage. And we trade ground with them, organic, but they're doing nation. And I guess Farms is. Oh no, Trout Farms, which is and their main thing traditional Chinese medicines. TCMs, really? Yes, where they preserve names with China. My brother has been to China multiple times for that could be. So it's massive. That's Amway's. They're not selling pots and pans and so it's not the number one seller. It's TCMs. And the plug in.
We got,
Did you turn this on?
we're still kind of looking like a storage unit, and not like a set. That's okay.
You guys have anything else for our
It's
meeting?
not something that.
All right, we're going to adjourn for the week.
Yeah.
Thank you.